Good afternoon. This is Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. This evening's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, new Comcast Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. May I have a motion to go into closed session as permitted by the Open Meetings Act, as found in the Annotated Code of Maryland, General Provisions Article Section 3-305, B1 and B7, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. Somebody.
So moved, Stileski.
Thank you. May I have,
Second.
thank you.
Second hand.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy?
Present.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes, I'm not.
No, wait, like pause.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Keep, Ms.
Thank
Gover.
you. Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Domanowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong? Ms. Frempong, you are on mute.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogunbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stileski?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Good evening. This is Chairwoman Jane Lichter. I now call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. I invite you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag to be led by Ms. Forsyth Ongambe. We will then have a moment of silence in recognition of those who have served education in Baltimore County. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, new Comcast Xfinity channel 1073, and Verizon Fios channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. The first item on the agenda is the consideration of the October 21st agenda. Dr. Rogers, are there any additions or changes to tonight's agenda?
I am unaware of any changes to this evening's agenda.
Thank you. Hearing none, the agenda stands as presented. Earlier this evening, the board met in closed session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act for the following reasons: to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. The closed session summary and the open session information summary can be found on board docs under this board meeting agenda date. The next item on the agenda is a special order of business from the American Heart Association, and for that I call on Ms. Kate Poole, Senior Development Director of School Engagement. Good evening.
Evening. Good evening, Chair Lichter and Vice Chair Harvey, members of the board. I am Kate Poole. I serve as the Senior Director of School Engagement for the American Heart Association, and it is truly a privilege to be here tonight to express our heartfelt gratitude and recognize Baltimore County Public Schools for an extraordinary achievement. Last year, BCPS was ranked for a second time in a row as our number 10 district in the entire nation for supporting the American Heart Association's mission of building healthier lives, free of cardiovascular disease and stroke. This remarkable accomplishment also reflects the deep commitment of your educators, your students, your families, and communities all across Baltimore County. Together, 33 BCPS schools raised an incredible $321,421 through our Kids Heart Challenge program, a program that not only teaches students the importance of heart health, kindness, and physical activity, but it also empowers them to make a difference in their communities. I'd like to highlight our top 5 schools in Baltimore County. Riderwood Elementary was our number 1 school last year. Pretty Boy, Honeygo, Cromwell Valley, and Newtown were all among our top 5 schools, making a tremendous impact for our mission. These schools exemplified leadership, enthusiasm, and compassion, and their incredible impact reaches far beyond the classroom. The funds raised help support life-saving research, advocacy for healthier school environments, and community programs that ensure equitable access to heart health education and care. Kids Heart Challenge educates our community members about CPR and safety and supports education that empowers families to make heart-healthy choices. The impact is not only measured in dollars, it's measured in lives touched and families strengthened and healthier futures for everyone in Baltimore County and beyond. Thanks to the support and encouragement of Dr. Rogers and the entire BCPS leadership team, I'm really thrilled to be able to share that this school year we are going from 34 schools to now 57 schools that we are working with. Last year we worked with only elementary schools, and it's been a priority for me to open more doors in the middle school and high school space, which I've done this summer. That number truly continues to grow, and I'm really honored to work with so many community school facilitators, PE and health teachers, school nurses, and administrators all across the county. Tonight is truly about recognition and gratitude. So on behalf of the American Heart Association, thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your leadership and the unwavering commitment to health and well-being across the county. You are truly a Heart of Gold district, so I did want to take a moment to present our Heart of Gold District Award for very, very special school districts like BCPS. I also have our partnership banner that I wanted to proudly show to all of you for an incredible year, and I'm really, truly honored to be gearing up for an even more tremendous year. I really think number 10 is going to be wiped away with the schools that I'm working with now. So truly, thank you for your commitment and honor. I'd love to be able to give this to
Okay.
whomever that would be tonight.
I will accept it on behalf of the school.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. You're welcome. So we get the banner too. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the work that you're doing with us. The next item on the agenda is personnel matters, and for that I call on Mr. McCall. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I'd like the board's consent for the following personnel matters. Tonight we have terminations, retirements, resignations, ethics review panel member appointment, and educator licensure appointments.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibit E1?
So move Young.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second Savoy.
Thank you. Any discussion on E1? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Hen,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Stolowski,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibits E2 through E5?
So move Young.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second Savoy.
Thank you. Any discussion on E2 through E5? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Hen,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Sagumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Stolowski,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the, thank you, Mr. McCall.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is administrative appointments, and for that, I call on Dr. Rogers.
Good evening, Madam Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, and members of the board. I'm bringing forward the following administrative appointment for your approval. Manager, Accounting, Office of the Controller.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibit F1?
So move, Stolowski.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second Savoy.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy,
Yes.
Mr. McMillian,
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski,
Yes.
Ms. Hen,
Yes.
Ms. Frempong,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Sagumbe,
Yes.
Ms. Stolowski,
Yes.
Ms. Lichter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers?
Yes, thank you. Our appointment this evening is Jenny Howard. Please stand to be recognized. Jenny Howard is attending this evening with her husband Joel and sons Elliot and Gabe. Jenny is being appointed as the Manager of Accounting in the Office of the Controller. With 17 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, Jenny's prior experiences include accountant and fiscal supervisor in the Office of Accounting. Prior to that, Jenny served as a staff accountant, senior staff accountant, and supervisor at Agilon Consulting and banking network credit analyst for Branch Banking and Trust. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Our next item is public comment. This is one of the opportunities the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. If not selected to address the board, members of the public may submit their comments to board members via email at boe@bcps.org. The Baltimore County Police Department's Homeland Security Unit and Office of School Safety has recommended safety and security protocols, which are posted on the boardroom and available in board docs and on the board's participation by the public website. While we encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices within the purview of this board and this school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters, or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Baltimore County. Inappropriate personal remarks or other behavior such as language that promotes violence against a BCPS employee or that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting are out of order and will not be tolerated. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be escorted from the meeting. Please observe the 3-minute clock, which will let you know when your time is up. The microphone will be turned off at the end of the time or prior to that time at the discretion of the board chair. We're going to start with our school system affiliated groups to speak, and our first presenter or speaker is Marlena Colton Purcell. Sorry. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, all. The board president, vice chair, Superintendent Rogers, and all on the dais. My name is, for the record, Marlena Collington Purcell, the Southwest Area Education Advisory Council. Tonight, I'm spending my time to appeal to our parents, our caregivers, our stakeholders, our business owners, and all who live or work in or around the west zone of Baltimore County. This is your time to provide requests for the fiscal year 2027 operating budget. Not to water this down, but this is your opportunity to provide your wish list for books, technology, staff, etc. This is also your time to provide your request for the fiscal year 2028 capital budget, and that would include like building needs, repairs, equipment purchases, and things like that. Of course, you can email your board members. I am here to represent you in any capacity that I can, but why not come virtually to put that extra exclamation mark on your request? So I invite you to join us this Thursday, October 23rd, 6 p.m. via Zoom. Use this platform to amplify your feedback in the Southwest and Northwest area. I'll be remiss not to mention there is a survey that Baltimore County has submitted to all of our stakeholders. Please complete it. I'm a parent. It took less than 5 minutes, but they need our opinions. That survey is provided online and is due by October 31st. And while I have 1 minute left, I want to also put out a plea to join the voluntary. It's a voluntary position. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. So parents, stakeholders, all that are listening, join us. And it is the second Monday of every month. Southwest EAC@bcps.org is the email that you can email any request and or come to the meetings. And as I turn this microphone time back over, thank you for your time tonight, board members, that you have given throughout the month. I know it's been busy, and I'm surely thankful and grateful for you listening to the community. Amen.
Thank you. Our next category are our unions, and we have Ms. Kelly Olds from TAPCO. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I appreciate the attention being given to the concerns surrounding pay. There has been a great deal of work put into correcting pay issues, and I am seeing fewer emails regarding these concerns. However, many of the questions and concerns with Oracle implementation persist. TABCO would like to engage with BCPS and the board to ensure it is understood how to prevent these issues in the future. I also want to talk to you about this past weekend and some of the things that were talked about at our convention. So this weekend I had the opportunity to serve as a delegate for the MSEA convention. It was, as always, a great experience to interact with colleagues across the state to discuss what we are each experiencing and how we can grow and improve for educators and our students. We had the opportunity to hear from Governor Moore during our time this weekend. While the governor spoke about many things regarding education, he focused a large portion of his address on how there are and need to be various paths for students to succeed after high school. He discussed the importance of career and technical education and experiences in high school. These opportunities and experiences are so meaningful to students in helping them to determine the path that is right for them. I was especially excited to hear him talk about an opportunity he had to visit Western Tech, where he was able to meet students in some of BCPS's CTE programs, and how impressive the students and the opportunities they shared were. I knew that he was referring to the fall of 2023 when he visited for a roundtable with amazing students from Lansdowne High and Western Tech to learn more about our CTE and Apprenticeship Maryland program. I knew this because I was there with the students from Lansdowne. I spent the beginning of my career in social studies, but the last 6 years were in CTE as a work-based learning coordinator and then career navigator. To say the students were impressive is an understatement, but if I say too much more, I will get emotional, and I don't want to cry. Our students left such an impression on the governor that he is still talking about it while addressing a statewide body 2 years later. We are really doing impressive things for and with our students. We should continue to provide opportunities to push students to explore the options available to them. It is important that we work to grow, protect, and value various opportunities and paths, and many of these are available through our CTE programs for students. As we move into planning for the budget next year, keeping these programs at the forefront is imperative for student growth and success to ensure that they are prepared for their futures. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next category are nonprofit community groups, and our first speaker is Marietta English from Baltimore County NAACP. Good evening.
Pardon me, I am suffering from a back issue today, and so my remarks will be short. Good evening, Chair Lecter, Vice Chair Harvey, Superintendent Rogers, and the board members. I am Marietta English, and I chair the AXO Committee and the Education Committee for the Baltimore County NAACP. I just want to let you know that we value the partnership that we have with Baltimore County and that our AXO program is well on its way. We will be kicking off our season on November 16th at Union Bethel AME Church from 2 to 4. I invite you all to come and see these amazing students that we are inviting to come. I thank Dr. Rogers for her support and asking principals to send us coordinators to work with our students. This is a valuable experience. We are looking for mentors to mentor these students as we prepare for nationals. And I'm sure this year we are going to be successful in winning gold medals. On education side, I'd like to report that we have a high school chapter at Parkville, and we will be doing a peace circle on October the 28th, where we will talk about issues that the students are concerned about now, and that will happen on at Parkville High School on October the 28th. And we are also chartering a new high school chapter at Newtown High School. So we are on the move and looking forward to continuing working with Baltimore County and the partnership and moving Baltimore County forward with all the great things that are happening. And we want to continue to have star students, star high schools, star schools in Baltimore County. We appreciate the partnership. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Laura Dorsey from the LLD Scholars. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Rogers, Chair Lecter, Vice Chair Harvey, and distinguished board members. I am Dr. Laura L. Dorsey, and I'm the founder and president of LLD Scholars. It is indeed an honor to be here tonight to share the great work and powerful partnership we have established with Superintendent Rogers, this school board, your dedicated staff, and most importantly, your students. I would like to give a special shout out to Dr. Rogers for your continued support and leadership. Tonight, I report on the impact of our collaborative effort, the LLD Scholars Scholarship and Career Fair, held on October 15th at Set the Captives Free Outreach Center, preceded by our Essential Preparatory Youth Summit. The success of this fair is a direct testament to the value of this public-private partnership. We set out to close the critical college and career readiness deficit, and the results speak for themselves. In just one day, the fair served approximately 464 Baltimore County students, providing a focused environment where ambition translated into immediate opportunity. The fair resulted in 375 applications taken and 282 confirmed on-site admissions. That means 282 of your students walked out of that building with a guaranteed pathway to higher education. But the true measure of our partnership is the financial relief we secured for our Baltimore County families. When our institutions, Livingstone College, Defiance College, and Trinity Washington University, among others, made those admissions offers, they backed them up with a collective $4.5 million in confirmed scholarship dollars awarded instantly. Let me repeat that, $4,504,880 in confirmed scholarship funding was granted to your students in a single afternoon. This is an investment in the future of Baltimore County that would not have been possible without your partnership. Furthermore, we intentionally focused on providing high-wage, high-demand options beyond the four-year degree, aligning with the district's commitment to varied readiness. We had several others there, too. Superintendent Rogers and board members, 282 admissions and $4 million in secured scholarships demonstrate an immense power of direction. We're incredibly grateful for your trust and leadership, and we look forward to continuing this vital partnership to empower the next generation of leaders and professionals in Baltimore County. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are wonderful numbers. Thank you for your help with our students. The next category is individual citizens or students, and our first speaker is Sharon Serhoff. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Disability Awareness Month,
And I want you to hold that thought in your mind while you listen to my public comment. Recently, I had a conversation with an executive director because I was having difficulty resolving concerns about grades and IEP services at the school level. I wanted the school to address my client's needs before he failed the quarter. I made suggestions such as providing a resource period, teacher check-ins, alternative ways of demonstrating mastery. In response, I got, my client needs to go to coach class. That was happening. He's still failing. And by the way, we don't do resource periods. Teachers don't have time to do resource periods, even though that may be what the student needs. I often hear the response, I need to stay in my lane. General educators don't speak to special educators. That was the thing when I was teaching. It still is. It's the same with administrators and central office personnel. We're not talking to each other. We cannot bring special education concerns into the conversation when discussing general education grades. Check your policy. They must be kept separate. Why? They impact each other. I have a student who supposedly is operating on grade level, even though his assessments don't demonstrate that fact. But in order to address his needs appropriately, I have to shift the conversation away from the academics and focus on the behavior, even if the academics are causing the behavior. Disabilities do not operate in a vacuum. I don't know, I have a bunch. They impact every facet of your life. We have to stop staying in our lane and start being willing to collaborate with each other if we want to move forward and move away from the one-size-fits-all mentality. Students learn differently, and we have to start recognizing that and let special ed, general ed work together and change policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bash Farone. Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. Thank you all. I will keep it brief. I like to put a plug a little bit for Miss Beyonde Onajala in communication for the newsletter. It's something I read always, and it's really good. And have I promoted that, I would like to give a little bit of critique. So this is the first page of the last one. I know you can't see it from where you are. It was on the 13th. And the point of it, right in the first page, we have the word English, and it talks about the accomplishments of BCPS in recent English assessment. In the 2024-2025, English language proficiency in Baltimore County Public Schools was 1.4%, while the statewide improvement was 0.8%. So the message of the school system is that we did better than everybody else in Maryland by 0.6%. Of course, it talks about some other numbers down there. 3 minutes would not really be justice for talking about them. 0.6% is nothing significant. You know, and I know, that nationwide, most Americans are not really happy with public education, the performance of public education. And I think that's misleading. I think the school system should not use these numbers to give impression that we're doing well. You never know. In December, you're going to have a vote. And I really wish you choose someone that has no political agenda, no vendetta, and of course, have respect for the First Amendment. I know this is your right, your duty. Based on my observations, we need a better change. We need not go backward. The system is already not really performing well. Thank you.
Thank you. You can stay there, Dr. Ferrone. The next item are public comments on Board Policy 3210, purchasing guidelines, and our speaker is Dr. Ferrone.
I need just a minute, Madam President. The first policy is 3210, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this policy 3210 the first paragraph of it, I know I send you an email, so I'll try to be brief. The first paragraph, which is line 7 to line 13, I personally think it's a nice write-up, but it really doesn't mean anything, at least for me. It's vague. The next line that I like you to consider and think about is under C, line 35 through 39, and talks about purchasing contracts, purchasing services. Small and minority business enterprise participation in all contracts will be encouraged. All right. So when I came 51 years ago, nobody helped me. Nobody gave me anything. I know there is injustice in this country. I've seen it. I experienced it. But at a certain point, you need to think about this and consider that it really discriminates against companies or contractors, business people who are accomplished, because you are shifting away due to that built-in bias, shifting away the contract to minorities, depending on sexual orientation, gender, color, whichever ism there is. I think this is unfair. You want for the school system, when you sign up for a contract, that the best company is the one that is chosen, not the company that advocates certain sexual desires or gender or politics or any of those. It's immaterial. Cleaning supplies, asking for green products, I think that's really great. But in practice, sometimes you have to use not really green products. And I worry that in this way of language that you may choose green things inappropriately, hopefully not. I think it should be phrased in a different way. I don't think I have, line number 20, second page, the board reserves the rights to approve, deny, etc. Of course the board reserves the right. I don't know why it's there.
Thank you. The next policy is 8130, and our speaker is Dr. Ferrone.
8130 is
Policy formulation.
organization. So the first paragraph, line 7 to line 13, is a nice one, but it is elastic. In 3 minutes, I can't really explain that to you, but to me as a public advocate, it's meaningless because it's elastic. Line 16, the board will do best of its ability, review its policies within 7 years. The board will do best. I think this is a very elastic term, all right? It's not really specific. So in a sense, it can be misused, abused, etc. In 7 years, personally, I have been listening to all of you and reading, etc. for a good 25 years. I think every 7 years is too long. My recommendation is to consider half that every 3 years or 3.5 years, just break it in the middle. Line 21 to 24 talks about suggestions for school policies, and it does say parents, etc., but it really doesn't say taxpayers. So to me, I am paying the money for the school system. All the residents of the county are paying money for the school system, you know, and our name is not really mentioned there. I think it makes a big difference if you specify right there, taxpayers, parents, government officials, superintendent, etc. Each year, the board chair shall designate board members to serve for the committee. Now, the PRC is probably the most important committee in this system. And there are some people who have political agendas, naturally. If you don't really specify anything about the qualification of members or the chair, we will be the same as the past 25 years. People come in, they want this, they want that, because they believe in this political matter, this social matter. You know, our job in the school system is education. And the more we divert our attention to social problems that is beyond us, it's not our job. We basically wind up just like what we know. We have poor grades. We have poor results.
Thank you. The next policy is 8132, Policy Manual Availability. Dr. Frone.
This is about the website. There's something really interesting about this policy is that, you know, the first paragraph is a nice one, but it's really vague. And in 3 minutes, I really cannot explain to you. But when I read it, it doesn't really mean anything to me. This policy is really brief. On one section, we say that this is a tool, which is true. This is a tool of engagement of the school system with the public, which is true. However, the brevity of this policy tells me otherwise. And the practice is, and I'm really not bad with internet at all, you know, I think I'm better than my age group. The website is dull, is difficult to navigate in. It takes quite a while to get used to and find things. And in particular, I want to say to you that when I use the search engine built in the website, I get all kinds of things that has nothing to do with what I'm looking for. You know, I want something about curriculum. We have a new director, for instance, not really specifically, but if I put specific person, employee, subject, oftentimes I just get really all kinds of things that is not really pertinent to us. So the website is basically a sign, and if it is dull, it's not really engagement. You need really a good company, quality company, that would design it in a such effective way. I do kind of my other readings, like if you go for Boeing website, you will see all kind of whistles and bells and easy things, and they answer us, whoever really puts a message on the website of any of these companies, we get an answer. We in the public, we really don't get answer from most of you, and certainly not from the superintendent. And I think that's a big mistake, that the website is basically ignored for so many years. I remember a previous superintendent told us that he did some improvement to it a couple of years ago, and honestly, I didn't notice anything. So it's a dull website. It's really not an engagement tool.
Thank you. And our last board policy, 8222, the superintendent, executive officer, secretary, and treasurer, Dr. Frone.
This is a lengthy policy. 3 minutes doesn't really do it justice. It talks about the superintendent being treasurer, being secretary, and being superintendent, which means CEO. So we are a big company, $3 billion budget a year, give or take, and 111,000 students, et cetera, et cetera. It's not really a small company by any chance. You have one person has 3 most important tasks. You might tell me Komar says it that way. Well, I say if Komar is saying it that way, you, the board, need to look at that and advocate to Annapolis to change the laws. Because when you have all 3 major responsibilities in one person, you are only asking for trouble, all right? I know the United States is different in size, but it's similar system. Just imagine the president controls the White House, the Congress, Treasury Department, the courts, all in the same time. I think that's completely unwise. It's really not appropriate. And the experience that we all, especially us in the public, experienced with Dr. Dance, probably in part related to such mix-up of powers. It took a lengthy period of time to know the troubles. Special thanks to past board member Ann Miller for exposing that in the past in a very courageous way. So this policy, I really don't support. I ask you to look at it, and as I stated in my previous criticism of it, maybe 5 years ago or so, it is not really a reflection of the current superintendent. It is basically being thoughtful and thinking about what if this happened, that happened in the future. Too much power in one person, no matter how good that person is asking for trouble. Again, thank you for indulgence.
Thank you. Our next speaker for policy 8222 is Sharon Serhoff. Okay. Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is action taken in closed session, and for that I call on Mr. Burns. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Dr. Rogers, members of the board. In closed session, the board considered and took action on hearing examiner's case number HEA 26003, and this would be an appropriate time for the board to affirm the action that it took on this appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. May I have a motion to approve the action taken in closed session on hearing examiner's case HEA 26-003 and authorize Ms. Gover to sign for those board members not physically present?
So move Young.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second, Stoleski.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is new business report on board policies. This is the first reader for these policies, and for that I call Ms. Christina Pumphrey, Chair of the Policy Review Committee.
Thank you. Members of the board, the Policy Review Committee asks that the board accept this report of the committee's recommendation of the proposed changes to the following board policies. Board Policy 3210, Purchasing Guidelines, Board Policy 8130, Policy Formulation, Board Policy 8132, Policy Manual Availability, and Board Policy 8222, Superintendent, Executive Officer, Secretary, and Treasurer. These policies are presented to you on tonight's agenda as Exhibits I-1 through I-4.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. May I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the Board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policies 3210, 8130, 8132, and 8222?
So moved, Harvey.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion? Okay, let me just check our teams. Ms. Frempong.
Thank you. Good evening. I had something, I guess, in regards to policy 8130, and it was actually a suggested amendment so that it is in alignment with our actual rule 8130 as far as analysis. So I guess, is it appropriate to separate that one, or should I put the suggested amendment in the chat?
So you want to separate 80, which one? 8130? Or 81?
Yes, 8130.
Okay. So should I move forward? Does anybody else have their hands up, or should we vote on the other three? So we're going to separate 8130. Ms. Zaleski, did you want to separate another one?
Sure, or I just had a question. But
Okay.
It would be 3210.
Okay, do you have a question, or did you want that separated?
I just thought, given the feedback that was given for the term green product, should that be clarified in terms of the meaning?
Okay. I think I need some assistance. Which one should we vote on them separately since we're having questions? Okay. Does anybody have any questions on any of the other ones? So Ms. Zaleski's question on 3210 and Ms. Frempong, yours was 8130, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yes. So I'm going to restate the motion. May I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the Board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policies 8132 and 8222?
So moved, Stoleski.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion on those two policies? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to Ms. Frempong, had her hand up first, 8130. Ms. Frempong, your comments, please.
Thank you. So for Rule 8130, it was actually updated recently to with Section 2F, which is a section on guidelines. And so in the policy analysis, it actually addresses the equity lens considerations. So this is something that is already ongoing. And in PRC, when policies are brought to the committee, the analysis does consider an equity lens consideration. And so for the policy itself, we don't have anything specifically or any language relating to that. So for section 4A.1, where it does talk about the different policy analysis and the different things that it should contain. I would like to add item J, which would be a new item, and that, so now that the analysis also includes the equity lens consideration. So the policy and the rule will actually now match.
Okay, I think Ms. Howie is coming to the mic to provide some clarification.
Good evening, board members. This issue was discussed at PRC. Because the superintendent's rule includes an equity lens analysis and the policy did not, what we have done to amend the policy, what staff is recommending, is that the equity lens considerations be added. And I would direct your attention to line 26 on page 2.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Frumpong, I'll give you a chance to get to, you said line 26, page 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Line 26, page 2. Ms. Pumphrey, you have your hand up. Is this about the same topic?
Yes, but I'll wait for Ms. Frempong because I think what she's looking for is there already.
Okay, so maybe I'm missing something because I'm on page 2. Can I get a section because I'm not seeing the number, the line number? So is it like section 4?
Yeah,
A?
it's section 2AD, as 2A1D.
Wait a second, Ms. Howie's got a different,
I'm sorry, 4A1D.
4A1D of the policy analysis document.
No, that's on the actual policy where the change is
Okay,
added,
I mean-
on the actual policy.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm looking at the wrong thing then, because so my 4A1D reads, legal requirements such as federal, state, or local laws or regulations that mandate the policy or require certain standards contained in the policy. Am I looking at the incorrect version of this document?
I think so. Section 4 on here is policy development and approval procedure.
Yes, so that's where I am. Okay. I
Was it-
apologize. I think I
Okay.
pulled the wrong policy
Okay.
version. So let me, give me a moment, please. If you would like to move to Mr. Lusky and then come back, I think I'm.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Frempong. All right, we will move to 3210. Mr. Lusky, you had a comment about that one?
Thank you, yes. So where it says, and this is line 32B, oh, wait, I'm sorry. Line 37C, in its solicitations and contracts, the Office of Purchasing will encourage number 2, the use of green product cleaning supplies. And I just think maybe a definition of what that would mean would be sufficient. I can give you a sample if you think that would be helpful.
So you're requesting that a definition be added to the policy for green.
Right.
Okay.
Like cleaning products and practices that are environmentally friendly, minimizing negative effect on the natural environment. Just green just seems a little bit vague. Thank you.
So to get a definition added. Okay, someone from purchasing, someone would be Ms. Webster.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Webster.
Good evening. In the annotated code of Maryland, in section 5-112, which is where we take our procurement direction from, green cleaning supplies is very detailed. So we are bound to follow that law, and it does contain some specific direction about what is considered green, what is not considered green. It does take into account the environmentally friendly aspect that you were just discussing.
Great, that's wonderful. I just wonder if in the policy, maybe we should refer to the annotated code of Maryland providing structure or guidelines for what would be defined as a green product?
We can. I would also refer you to line 16 on the same page, where it does state that we will follow all of the procurement procedures as outlined in section 5-112.
I see that, thank you.
Okay.
Are you still asking for something to be added, Ms. Deleski, or?
I mean, I see where she's pointing out that it complies. I'm just thinking about, for the sake of the public, I'm not sure that green, that they would make that connection.
Okay. So you're asking for the policy to be amended to include a definition of green or a reference to what Ms. Webster's?
Annotated code that's followed.
Annotated code.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Harvey?
I just want a clarification. The policy currently says that we will follow the annotated code with regard to that. My concern is that as technology changes, the definition of what is considered green may change, and I think the reference to the annotated code covers all of that information. If we're saying that we're bound to follow what the code defines as green, do we need to highlight that more? I'm not sure if listing what's in the code right now would not be redundant.
Any other comments? Ms. Webster, did you want to? Okay. Any other comments? Okay. So procedurally, does Ms. Deleski make a motion to, okay, can you make an official motion for what you would like done?
Sorry, and thank you, Ms. Webster, for your clarification. I just would make a motion to amend green products to clarify that the Annotated Code of Maryland provides the guidelines for what would meet the definition of a green product.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, McMillian.
Okay, any further discussion? Mr. Young?
Just to be clear, you're looking not for the specifics of what green products are to be defined in our policy. You're just looking to have that green products are defined by the annotated code.
Correct. Just that way the public understands that there is a guideline to what a green product would be.
I thought that was already in there. That's not what you had said, Ms. Webster. That's not already in there?
I'm sorry. I should have stayed.
That's okay. You're not far away. I found you.
5-112 does go into detail about green cleaning supplies. It defines what is considered green. It talks about environmentally friendly products. It also identifies, I believe, 2 different certifications that are used universally to define what is green, because green can be so many different things. So it does go into that level of detail. It's a very long section.
Okay, but that's in a different policy, or is that this? Okay, I
Oh, here.
thought you said another number. Okay. Ms. Zaleski, do you make a comment?
Okay, so maybe I missed that. I'm just making sure that the public can understand that green product is not this just umbrella term. For example, you could go to the grocery store and a green product might not be truly environmentally friendly. So as long as the policy provides information to the public, which it sounds like you're describing, which maybe I missed it, and if I did, I'm sorry, just so that the public can understand that green product is defined and it's not just this loose,
Okay.
gray area kind of term.
Can you restate the motion that you're trying to make? Do you want to you're adding?
I
It was a little,
did not type it, but it was to amend green products to provide, to, I'm sorry,
and replace it with, are you trying to replace it with the annotated?
to include that the annotated Code of Maryland provides guidelines for what is considered a green product.
Okay, Ms. Pumphrey, I see your hands up.
I'm just a little bit confused by the motion. I think, I don't know if procedurally, if it needs to be more specific with the language as far as remove and add type of language, unless I'm misunderstanding. It's difficult for me to understand what the motion is saying we need to add as far as language.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Young?
If it is okay with Ms. Stelusky, I think what you're trying to have in the policy is the use of green product cleaning supplies as defined in the annotated code, section 5-112.
That would be fine.
Ms. Dominowski?
That's actually what I was going to say. It is referenced in legal references as far as the Code of Maryland, but it's not as in part of the policy, which is what Ms. Solosky was trying to ask.
Okay. And then Ms. Hen just typed, I think, a motion. Is that true, Ms. Hen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did. I suggested wording for Ms. Delusky's motion to amend the policy by inserting in parentheses as defined by the annotated Code of Maryland
Oh, and where it states green product.
after the use of green product cleaning supplies.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Burns.
Since it's not been an amendment to amend the primary motion, if there's going to be a replacement motion, it would be cleaner if Ms. Delusky withdrew her original motion and restated a new motion, new primary motion.
Ms. Delusky?
That's what I was about to do.
Okay, do it.
Okay, so I'm going to withdraw my motion.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to withdraw
Okay.
my motion.
Yes.
Well, it was seconded, which I didn't realize.
Okay. So we need to vote on her original amendment,
Unless someone makes a motion to amend.
to amend the amendment. Technically, no. Okay, so can we have a roll call vote on the original amendment made by Ms. Delusky? Is that correct? Okay, yes. Ms. Gover. Just do the roll call, because I think we're just procedurally getting this off the table, if I understand correctly.
Dr. Savoy, sorry.
Recuse.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
No.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
No.
Ms. Frempong?
Can we please restate the motion that we're voting on at this point?
Well, that was the issue, is that motion was not specific, so I think that's why, and I don't speak for you, Ms. Delusky, but I think that's why she was trying to withdraw it. We already put it in play, so we're trying to get it out of play right now. So
Okay.
I'm not sure we can repeat it.
Okay, no.
Thank you.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Agumbe?
No.
Ms. Delusky?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No. Okay. Who's making the motion, the new motion? Do you have another motion, Ms. Delusky, or you want, or Ms.
I don't-
Hen's the one that she?
Right, or Mr. Young, either.
Go ahead, Mr. Young. Okay. So Ms. Hen's motion is to add, I think I'm saying.
Would you like me to
Yes.
restate my motion,
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, can you use the word
Okay.
add or,
Sure. I move to amend policy 3210 by replacing the use of green product cleaning supplies with the use of green product cleaning supplies, open parentheses, as defined by the annotated Code of Maryland, close parens.
I think you mean insert as defined by the
Or
annotated.
insert.
Yeah. Okay, are you okay with insert as defined by the annotated code of Maryland following green product cleaning
Yes.
supplies? Okay. Are we good? No? You two are talking over there. Are we okay?
For the sake of the grammar of it, I think the parentheses are unnecessary. And I think it's simply, I think if the motion maker could clarify whether those are necessary for the motion, I don't think they add, or could really confuse.
Ms. Henner,
I
you
can
okay if we
remove
take out the,
The punctuation?
Yes.
Sure. I can restate it
so it's
if you like.
yes, or I will.
I move,
Go ahead.
okay. I was going to say, I move to amend policy 3210 by inserting as defined by the annotated code of Maryland after section 3C, number 2, the use of green product cleaning supplies.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote on, need a second. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. Somebody's,
Second, Stoleski.
okay. Yes, Ms. Harvey, discussion.
When we say annotated code, we mean subsection 5-112
Of the education article.
of the education article, and in the policy statement, 1B, it says the board will comply with all contract solicitation and procurement procedures as all contract solicitation and procurement procedures as outlined in subsection 5-112 of the education article. So we're just, for green products only, emphasizing what we've stated in 1B of our policy, as I understand it, unless I've misunderstood. Someone correct me.
That's correct, according to Ms. Webster's head nods.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we, any further discussion before we do a roll call vote? Ms. Hannah, are,
Yes, I was just going to add that the specific section of the code I left out of my motion in case it were to change. That way the policy can be updated in the citations and not the actual reference to the code.
okay. Sorry, were you just asking for clarification, or did you want it changed?
I was just asking
Okay.
for clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay. We are, roll call vote, please.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Frempong withdrew her motion for policy, I'm all mixed up in my number, 3210? 8130. So may I have a roll call vote for, what? So may I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the board's policy review committee for board policy 8130?
So move Young.
No, it's not amended, we're not, she withdrew. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Young. And we know second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't get nervous, Dr. Grimm, but your turn's next after that. The next item on the agenda is the report on school start times, and for that I call on Dr. Grimm and Mr. Rams. Do I have a motion to approve policy number 3210 as amended?
So move, Young.
Thank you. Do we need a second for that one?
No.
Yes. So may I have a second?
Second,
Second.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Agumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Delusky?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. School start times. Start.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I'm here this evening to report on school start times and to introduce you to Mr. David Ramsey, consultant with the Department of Transportation. I was about to say next slide, but I wait till the presentation's up. Oh, there we go. So Mr. Ramsey is the former Director of Transportation with the Howard County Public School System, where he proudly retired just a few years ago and has served as a consultant with our Department of Transportation since then, and he's also consulted with other transportation departments in the state. Mr. Ramsey actually started his career many years ago here in Baltimore County before making that transition. And so this slide shows that in February of 2019, the board heard a report called the School Day Task Force Recommendations. And at that time, their primary recommendation was to extend the school day by 15 minutes, but they also had the objective of examining issues associated with high school start times. And so you'll see here on the slide just a snippet from that presentation in the upper left corner. At that time, the task force delayed the recommendation on school start times until after the implementation of the extended school. So their primary focus at that time was to add 15 minutes to the school day. So BCPS extended the school day by 15 minutes in 2021-22 school year at a cost of $34 million. And so this slide also shows what some of the benefits and challenges are with changing start times. And so research does indicate that a later school start time for secondary students does correlate with more sleep, better academic performance, mental, physical health benefits for students who have experienced later sleep and wake-up times based on their body chemistry. Challenges to changing school start times include capital, human resources, and operational cost, logistics, and family community scheduling. And so what we wanted to do was share with you some of the results of our neighbors who have changed their start times within the past 10 years. So on this slide, we have Anne Arundel County, Howard County, and Montgomery County. Anne Arundel adjusted their start times in the 22-23 school year to move elementary schools earliest, then their high school start, then their middle schools start last. Howard County made changes to their start times, among other changes for the 23-24 school year. Their high schools begin first, along with some middle schools, then all of their middle schools, then their elementary schools start last. And Montgomery County Public Schools changed their bell times beginning in the 2015-2016 school year by shifting their high schools 15 minutes later. Their schools start on a more traditional schedule, with high schools first, middle schools second, and elementary schools the last to start their day. It's also important to note that Anne Arundel uses hybrid bus services, so they are mostly contracted in their transportation services, but their students with disabilities are transported by the district. Howard County is a fully contracted school bus transportation district, and Montgomery operates their own school buses, and this will become evident in its importance later on in the presentation. We also wanted to point out, just in terms of infrastructure and our research, that all three of these districts have full lighted stadiums for all of their high schools. So they have a certain level of infrastructure that's also in place, geared toward or related to their start times. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ramsey.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Grimm, and good evening, distinguished board members and Dr. Rogers.
Changing school start times can Changing school times can significantly impact school bus transportation systems by introducing a complex web of logistical, financial, operational, and social variables that must be carefully managed. One of the most immediate and influential variables is route scheduling and optimization. School districts often operate tiered transportation systems where the same fleet of buses services multiple schools with staggered start times. To provide a high-level overview, Baltimore County Department of Transportation has a multiple tiered system as depicted on the slide. The first trips are assigned to high schools, regional schools such as Battle Monument, Maiden Choice, Ridge Ruxton, and White Oak, and also the non-public schools. The second, third, and fourth tiers are assigned to middle, early, and late elementary school assignments. Each pairing of these trips creates bus routes. Currently, the school system has 708 routes and ranks third largest in the state of Maryland. The Transportation Department is also responsible for supporting displaced students in temporary housing, which has significantly increased in size and complexity in scheduling. The school start times for Baltimore County range from 7:25 to 9:30, and the percentage of trips is provided within each of the time slots. Next slide, please. A shift in start times can disrupt this delicate balance, requiring a complex overhaul of route planning. For instance, if high schools start later and elementary or middle schools start earlier, buses may no longer be able to complete multiple runs with the same efficiency, potentially necessitating more buses or drivers to maintain service levels. Moreover, decoupling the combined high school and middle school trips would necessitate the need for additional buses and drivers. Further, Baltimore County's magnet transportation services add complexity as the boundaries crisscross the system. Another critical consideration is the overall start and end time window. If the amount of time is compressed, buses may not be able to serve multiple schools. As shared earlier, the current bell time window for Baltimore County is 7:25 to 9:30, or 2 hours and 5 minutes. If a time constraint was introduced, such as no school could start earlier than 7:45 and no later than 9:30, the duration of the window now would be reduced to 1 hour and 45 minutes, which represents a 20-minute reduction of time, or 16%. This leads directly to another major variable, fleet and driver availability. School districts already face a nationwide shortage of qualified bus drivers, and any change that increases the number of routes or alter shift times can exacerbate recruitment and retention challenges. Drivers may be unwilling or unable to adjust to new schedules, especially if they conflict with other jobs or personal responsibilities. Additionally, changes in start times can affect driver compensation and labor agreements. Another important variable is student ridership patterns. When start times are adjusted, so too can the number of students who rely on bus transportation. For example, later start times for high school students may reduce ridership if more students opt to drive themselves or carpool, while earlier elementary start times might increase demand among younger students whose parents are unable to adjust their work schedules. These changes can alter the efficiency and cost effectiveness of routes, requiring districts to reassess which routes are viable and which may need to be consolidated or expanded. Lastly, traffic patterns and road congestion also play a significant role. A later start time might place school buses on the road during peak commuter hours, increasing travel times and reducing reliability. Conversely, earlier start times might allow buses to avoid heavy traffic, but could raise safety concerns due to darker morning conditions, especially in the winter months. These factors must be weighed carefully to ensure that transportation remains both safe and timely. In conclusion, careful planning and extensive preparation is required for a successful shift in school times. And at this time, I'd like to turn it back over to Dr. Grimm.
So as Mr. Ramsey indicated, within the Division of Operations, which includes all of our departments and and our offices, we took a careful look at some of the variables for consideration of a change, as this would impact not only transportation, which in part drives our bell times, but also how it would impact building services, how it would impact us in terms of budget and fiscally, how it might impact some other students, services that we provide to our students. And so if you look at the variables for consideration of change on this page, and Mr. Ramsey went through some of them, not only is it transportation, but it's staffing in the community, the availability of our facilities for community use. It would be thinking about the cost in terms of any capital improvements, operational costs that we would incur by shifting any start times. Partnerships. So when we think about students who work, parents who work, other family members who work, college courses, athletics, and that can not only be our athletics, but community athletics through recreation and parks, as well as our partnership with county government, the start and end time of our school resource officer shifts, for example, all play into these variables. That's not to mention childcare, family schedules, and other specific extracurricular activities. And so some conclusions that we came to in looking at these variables and start times. We looked at a few different models, and without getting too far in the details, we estimate the cost at least $10 million to make a shift like this. And so part of that cost implication is not only around transportation cost with, as Mr. Ramsey said, adding potentially more buses on the road and shifting how service is compressed, but it would also be infrastructure improvements that would be necessary, particularly if we shifted elementary times and our high school times. It's also important, and even back in 2019 when this was looked at by the committee, there were concerns about moving elementary students earlier because with the way that some of our special schools, our magnet transportation works, it would shift some of our youngest learners in the dark, first thing in the morning when service begins, and it could potentially shift our other students, our older students, in the dark coming home, which is also an issue. So really, there was a 25-minute change in Howard County, a 20-minute change in Montgomery County, and Anne Arundel shifted to an 8:30 start time. We believe, as I said, there would be some infrastructure needs, safety assessments, athletic amenities, and buses, among other investments. And the cost and support schedule shift to accommodate some of this tiering. So we'd have to look again at our different supports at each school level and how they're funded and what that would cost us. The community impact, and Mr. Ramsey did allude to this, traffic patterns by shifting when our buses would be on the road, when parents would be transporting their students to school, depending on what the changes would look like. Changes in family schedules, access to childcare, and commuter patterns. These would be confounded by carpooling. We have efforts, we know, throughout the county of our families that carpool together. So that could be a possible issue if there was any shift. Business employment, which we talked about. And again, access to schools for community groups. Recreation and Parks, for example, uses most of our facilities, as you know. Shifting times would impact some of the programmatic availability that they would have, so it would just need to be a consideration. The staffing impact was also interesting as we did our research. And one of the things that we found is that this would certainly change teacher workday hours. It could shift anywhere from 15, 20 minutes to 25 minutes to 30 to really an hour and a half if elementary schedules were shifted to the earliest. And that's something that we'd have to really consider the impact on our staff. Shifting the start times would also add additional stressors and variabilities of schedules. And as Mr. Ramsey pointed out, some of our harder to fill jobs like bus drivers would be further stressed because we know we would need more if we compressed that window as he described. Right now, our drivers and attendants also function on what is essentially called a 40-hour guarantee or a full-time guarantee because of the way our service is tiered. If we compress the schedule, we would no longer be able to offer them a full set of work hours in that way and would need to change what that would look like. And it would also mean we would need to hire more staff because we would be concentrating the staff within a shorter window of service time. Finally, the student impact, we know that this would change how some of our youngest learners are monitored by their siblings, one way or another in the morning or the afternoon. It could impact participation in employment and other after-school and extracurricular activities, as well as some of their access possibly to college courses and to other opportunities outside of school. We also believe that by shifting any times, again, as Mr. Ramsey pointed out, there might be some inconsistency in school transportation services. And we've seen this with our neighbors who have adjusted their times. It has led to some inconsistencies there that a few of them are still trying to work through a few years later. We do also know, however, that the impact on students could be that it does align with the research that later start times for adolescents does have a positive impact. So finally, and these are just our recommendations from the research within the division, it would be to pause to shift to any later start times for high school students. We would also recommend monitoring this success in our neighboring LEAs. We don't know. It's been too early, particularly in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, to determine whether this is truly having an impact. And again, the short shift in time between Montgomery County and in Howard County, we're again trying to monitor, has that really had the impact that they're hoping for? We would also monitor the alignment of start times with the blueprint because, again, we know that funding is scarce. And, of course, that last bullet is the monitor funding availability because we know it would certainly have an impact to make this shift. And thank you. That's our presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there questions or comments from the board members? Mr. Young?
Thank you for the presentation. On slide 7, you had a cost impact of 10+ million. Is that looking at, people and equipment, other buses that may have to be purchased?
Yes, it's a look. In that estimate, we had estimates as high as, I believe, $20 million. In that particular model of about 10, we would be adding somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 school buses.
And does that take into account space to put the buses at the bus lot, or will we need a new bus lot that we have to go out and find and purchase?
That's an excellent question, Mr. Young, and we had not gotten that far in the process, but we will add that to the list for consideration because that could be possible depending on where exactly those buses are servicing students.
Okay, and my last question for you is, do you know roughly what our current bus driver staffing is? Are we 90%, 100% fully staffed, or are we still a little short there?
So I don't have an exact percentage for you. I believe the last number that I saw was that we were about 50 drivers short of being whole. Right now, we cover that staffing through additional support via contractors, through doubling up of trips, and other means to make sure we get students safely transported to and from every day. But yes, we do have a short deficit that is consistent with many of our neighbors.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Ms. Stileski?
Thank you. Thank you for this thorough presentation. A quick question. Do you know how many of the high schools are lighted?
Please don't.
Stadiums.
Please don't quote me on this. I think we have 5 or 6 that would require lights. We do have a facility. Western Tech, as you know, does not have any fields on site. But I believe it's 5 or 6, Ms. Stileski. But I could check on that number for sure.
Okay, I just was curious. And then one more question for Anne Arundel, Howard, and Montgomery. Do you know if they did some kind of pilot first with like a feeder pattern of schools, elementary, middle, and high? And then has there been any consideration of possibly doing some kind of pilot to look into this? Thank you.
So, and that's an excellent question. To my knowledge, none of the districts did a pilot. Unfortunately, doing a pilot like that would be extremely difficult for us to do because, as Mr. Ramsey indicated, between our magnet transportation that really does crisscross throughout the county, our students that are our disabled students that receive special transportation services, and the other variability that we have, it would be extremely difficult because we have very few what we're going to call pure feeder patterns to be able to do that. Even if we tried to do it by a geographic area, there's so much variability across the district and so much service that shifts between the two. It would be difficult to pilot it in just one space. I'm not saying it's not possible. It would still have an impact on service elsewhere.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Thank you. I have a couple questions. So at the beginning of the presentation, and I think also at the end of the presentation, you mentioned that there's data that shows an increase in academic performance, which of course is one of our biggest priorities. So where is that data coming from? You said that we don't have data yet for the neighboring LEAs because it's too soon, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. Where our data came from is just the research in general on school start times. There have been studies. There are some states that have mandated a shift in start times for their students. I believe California is one of them, and what was the other state? Started in Florida. So there is some data. I don't know how hard of data it really is, but we do know it's still too early with our neighbors who have shifted.
Okay, and do we have any data as far as the change in lateness or absenteeism for students when, especially high school students, if their start times are shifted to later in the day?
I do not have any of that data, Ms. Pumphrey.
Okay, and as far as some of the challenges and variables that you mentioned on on one of the slides, I can't remember which slide, do we know how other neighboring LEAs handled those challenges? Because I'm sure some of them also had similar challenges to what we would experience.
Yeah, and so I think some of them are still working through those challenges, quite frankly. I will say part of the reason why Mr. Ramsey and I highlighted that Howard County and Anne Arundel County are largely contracted, and while this isn't all about transportation, they can concentrate their service within a smaller window because of that, because of the type of service that they have that is not county owned and managed. And so what we mean by that is they pay for that service. They pay for that condensed window, and their systems are set up in a way that their contractors are responsible for providing the school buses and the school service, whereas right now we provide almost all of our own. In Montgomery County, where the shift was much smaller, it was only a matter of minutes. They have their own transportation department, as we do, so the shift was far less dramatic in that district.
Okay, and so our tiered times that we talked about on the fourth slide, is that different from the other LEAs as well?
It is, and Mr. Ramsey, you can speak a little bit more to that.
Sure. No, it's pretty much all of the LEAs in Maryland use a tiered approach when designing their bus routes. In Howard County, what they found was buses that were assigned to 4 schools, when they compressed their schedule, they weren't able to fulfill 4 schools. And so many of those trips or bus routes turned into 2-trip bus routes or 3-trip. And hence, what it did through that compression, they had to add more vehicles to their fleet. Similarly, that occurred in Anne Arundel County. And I can't really stress the importance of that. The more time you have, the more bus runs you can assign to a particular bus route. The less time, the less number of trips that you can assign. And it's just truly an optimization problem.
Okay, and I guess that's where my confusion comes in, because I'm seeing this more as a flip of times between, elementary, high school, for example, but that's not exactly what it always is, because it's also a compression. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, it depends what the ultimate variables are set forth. You can certainly keep the 2-hour and 5-minute time window, but I would be concerned of who you're going to put in the front end of that, because there are considerations, especially with civil twilight, and it starts getting darker during months. And then similarly, you also have to consider that the high school trips typically are longer than the middle and elementary school trips. And the reason for that is the large geographical areas. So the buses have further distance to travel and more students to service. When you insert those longer trips in the middle of the tier, then once again, it presents some logistical optimization issues that you just have to work through. So once again, there are a lot of variables to consider, but the main and first thing is designing the parameters, and once those parameters are designed, then you would work with a company to run it through optimization models and look at what the final outcome would be.
And I think one other, just to add on to what Mr. Ramsey said, Ms. Pumphrey, in thinking about some of our service, I'll give you an example. Mr. Ramsey and I talk about Carver Center all the time. We have students that attend Carver that live in Dundalk. And so first thing in the morning when the students are transported from Dundalk to Carver, from Dundalk to Towson, the traffic is not too bad. And we're able to utilize that bus once it gets to the Towson area. In the afternoon, we have a far greater problem, because getting from Towson to Dundalk at 2:45 in the afternoon on a school bus is much more difficult. And so what David was saying is that gives us less opportunity to optimize that piece of equipment and put it in service for other school trips.
Okay.
I think it's just, I don't know if I still have time. Do I still have time?
I don't know. Does she still have time, Mr. Burns? Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Pumphrey.
40 seconds.
40 seconds.
Okay, if I can find it. All right, I lost it. Sorry. You can move on. Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Dominowski.
It actually was what I was going to bring up. The large area landmass of Baltimore County is we're third largest in Maryland, and I don't know if that's something that we can look into as far as the way we transport our magnet students. Policy-wise, I don't know if we're allowed to not, but when I went to Lock Raven, I didn't realize that we picked up students from all over to take them to these magnet schools that the students apply to. It's not their home school. So how is that really, like, how many buses are used just for magnet schools, and how full are they? Have we looked into that and trying to, because I know some of the kids are on the bus for anywhere for an hour and a half in middle school and high school because of where they have to go and who they have to pick up. And that's why the later start time is, would be much more beneficial for those kids, because not only are they starting earlier, they have to get on the bus for an hour and a half before that. And it is a lot darker. I mean, it's dark right now when my kids get on the bus, and it's not even daylight savings yet. So it's going to be dark in the evening. It's going to be dark in the morning. We got to weigh our options somewhere. Have we looked into a better way of transporting our magnet students and our our high school, middle school students? Because I feel like something there could give.
So thank you for that, Ms. Dominowski. And first of all, thank you for recognizing the diverse geography of Baltimore County. We truly are an urban, suburban, rural school district, and the service that we provide throughout the county really does take that into account. Because as Mr. Ramsey said, we do have some high schools and middle schools that we work together to help transport students. But more importantly, it really depends, to answer the second part of your question, it really depends on what the makeup of the program is, and we provide the service for it. So while sometimes the Department of Transportation sometimes the Department of Transportation can have feedback or input on these things. When we look at the school system, it's important for us to support whatever policy and rule that we have. So we do optimize our service, but we're always looking for ways to make it better.
And then just lastly, when was the last time you looked into how full these bus trips are? Because there could be a difference of, I've seen 5 kids on a regular large size, but A or B or C, whatever the normal bus size that you see every day. And I've seen kids that it could be anywhere from 60 to 75 on another bus. So how are we weighing this out?
So we do look at ridership very consistently. We look at it in different ways. It begins with routing, how a bus is routed, how trips are designed, and then there's the actual ridership piece. It's really important to note that at all 3 levels, ridership changes throughout a school year. And that can be dependent on anything from sports to a play over a 2 or 3 week period that certain students ride here or there. Because of the time and effort to develop those consistent routes to make them most efficient, we need to make sure that we are routing for all eligible riders who have not opted out at any particular time. So while ridership may look small today, in just a few weeks from now, when fall sports end, for example, we might see a spike in ridership on the same bus. We adjust when we know a bus is too full, based on the numbers that we have or the reports that we get. When a bus is too empty, we often look for opportunities to combine it with something else or to potentially move stops. So it happens, I'll say, at the beginning, but there is an ongoing process to constantly assess that. But it is a bit like a rubber band, where we need to make sure we have enough elasticity so that if students choose to ride today, but they don't ride tomorrow, that they're able to ride again on Thursday, if they choose to do so.
And I guess there's no way to be to send something out that is mandatory for our parents or students to say, hey, I'm definitely going to be on the bus, or I'm definitely not going to be on the bus. That way we could get a better count and be more efficient at this.
We do have some parents that opt out, that have said we will not be utilizing school bus transportation service. Quite honestly, it's very few that make that commitment, and we have had situations where they make that commitment, and then a life event happens, and mid-year we need to find a way to provide service for them, which they're entitled to. So we tend to make that commitment as well.
Lastly, I'm done. Just back to the magnet. Is there any way we could work with public transportation or something else to get that a little bit less off of our plate? You know what I mean? A little bit more off of our plate it just seems like that is a nightmare to try to move all those kids around from, I work in Owings Mills, I live in Baldwin, and that commute, I'm never on the highway if I can at all avoid it. I'm always taking the back roads. So I'm trying to figure out a better way of how you guys can do that.
And we appreciate that, and it is a challenge that we work through every year. Yep.
Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're all invested in anything that we know will address the health and well-being and the academic success of our students. We also know that we have an extremely tight budget and that we don't anticipate getting loads of extra funding in the coming years. Have you all come across any innovative funding models for getting this done that are outside of what an allocation from the government entities would provide?
We have not, but in full transparency, we have not been seeking any of those funding sources to my knowledge. But no, we have not.
Ms. Frempong?
Thank you. So, in looking at this, so we know the typical is high school starts first, middle school, and then elementary school. What is it that actually determines that order? We saw that elementary, high, and middle. So it sounds like the order itself is not fixed. So what is it that determines the order of which type of school is going to begin first, second, and third?
So traditionally, I'll say the superintendent staff has determined what the tiering would look like, and working with the Department of Transportation and the schools, bell times are designed, as Mr. Ramsey said, so that they can be tiered, in part to provide the best service and that make the most sense to get students to school on time for their complete day, depending on which students are being served at that facility.
Okay, thank you. And then we bought, with calendars and things, we hear about half days, and in particular, again, at that elementary school level, that we don't even always have students who may show up for a half day, or it causes some issues for parents with daycare, et cetera. And so that's a factor in whether or not they're sending their child to school. If we move the start times earlier for our elementary school students, I guess, is that something else still to consider? Because then for half days, those elementary school students will be getting out, I guess, even earlier. So is that also something, I guess, that we take into account as we look at this tiering and the impact of moving start times?
Yes, ma'am. That would certainly be another variable to consider. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. McMillian?
Last fall, I attended the Start School Later thing in Loyola University. It was a nationwide convention that was held in our backyard, so I figured, why not? I was a skeptic. I was a high school athletic director. I taught 35 years in Baltimore County, Mr. Ramsey, 25 years in a high school. So my thoughts were, I went into that thinking that if you tell a teenager we're going to start school an hour later or whatever, that teenager, in my mind, is going to stay up an hour later. So what benefits have you really drawn? What won me over was the research. And I'm not a scientist, I don't pretend to be a scientist, but the amount of research that these people presented on the benefits. And that's what I think it comes down to. We're going to weigh the cost versus the benefit. And that's what it's going to come down to. And I just want to real quickly have some schools, I want to read the back of this real quick. Hundreds of schools across the nation have adopted later school start times with positive results, including more and better time sleep, improved grades, decreased auto crashes, less teen depression and substance misuse, better attendance and graduation rates, and fewer suspensions. These schools include large and small districts as well as rural, suburban, and urban ones. Why haven't more schools changed? Lack of awareness of the science of teen sleep is the biggest barrier to change. Communities also often assume that running schools at safe, healthy hours would increase transportation costs or reduce extracurricular opportunities. But real-life examples prove these speculations are unfounded, and often many feasible, fiscally responsible ways to have safe and healthy schedules are available. Now, I'm just presenting a different view. And I think if we're going to look at this, we need to hear the science piece, because if if behaviors change, if grades go up, if more kids are graduating, more kids are attending schools, and if the behavior's better, that's important to me. And Mr. Ramsey, I'm curious, and I'm not, sometimes I'm interpreted as being rude, and I'm not being rude. I'm just I'm going to ask you a question. And your consulting experiences, have you consulted with the school system that has actually implemented this, the early start?
No, I retired before Howard County executed their school start time changes.
Okay, I was just curious if you were involved in that whole transportation piece. So I encourage us to look at, bringing in some science to, let us hear that piece of it, I think. Thank you, gentlemen.
Doctor? Yeah, go ahead. Ms. Dolosky?
Thank you. So just in a follow-up to what Mr. McMillian said, I wonder if there are some schools nationwide, perhaps a similar geographic combination that we have in terms of urban, rural, and suburban throughout the nation has already implemented this, and then we could start to look at some of the effects and results. And thank you, Mr. McMillian, for your passion and evidence.
Christine, Ms. Pumphrey?
Thank you. Just a quick comment, because I know I don't have a lot of time, or a request that with the recommendation for monitoring success in neighboring LEAs, if we could please monitor not only academic achievement, but data regarding lateness and absenteeism, and also behavioral issues, as Mr. McMillian mentioned, and additional funding sources to assist with the financial impact, as Ms. Harvey recommended, as Ms. Harvey stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers?
Yes, thank you. First thing I want to say is we agree with what the Pediatric Association has said in terms of what's healthy for students. That is not a question with Baltimore County Public Schools. As you know, we are committed to increasing academic achievement for our students. We will continue to explore this. We will, our health Director of Health Services has provided some feedback on what the science says in terms of students. We will ask Ms. Lagaman whether or not she can explore some grants. That was to your question earlier, Ms. Harvey, whether or not there are opportunities to fund this. We just wanted to make sure that the team provided you with the research that they've done to this point, and I do appreciate the recognition that Baltimore County Public Schools, like all other school systems in the state of Maryland, are in a tough time fiscally. That does not mean that we have closed the door on early start times for our high schools. Challenges don't mean that we don't move forward and pursue things. I would be remiss if I don't remind everybody of our Baltimore County Public Schools story of transportation. It was just a few years ago when we had those 80,000 students to transport across the system and outside of the system, that we were receiving regular complaints about the level of service that we're providing. And so if we move forward to make a change that is in the best interest of students, it is also our responsibility to do it in a thoughtful, intentional way that does not break the systems that we have put in place so that students are actually getting to school on time. It's certainly not perfect, but it's really good. On time, accessing those free meals, and accessing instruction. And so our commitment is to continue to study, to bring data forward to this group. Some of the data that you've asked for, Ms. Pumphrey, I don't know if the neighboring school systems will give us access to that, but I think there are some things that the state will report on that we can use as we share updates with the board moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the report on highly effective staff certification pathways, and for that I call on Mr. McCall and Ms. Simmons. Good evening.
Good evening. Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board, tonight we'll be presenting on the educator licensure pathways, and tonight I have with me Ms. Carla Simons, the magnificent manager of educator licensure here with BCPS. Great. Thank you. Before we really get into the presentation itself, I just want to give a little bit of data, some of the context around why we're here today and why we've gotten to this place. When we look nationally across the country, we've seen the number of enrollees in teacher preparation programs have declined considerably from 2012 to 2022, 2023. Almost over 300,000 less potential teachers. Now, keep in mind that this is from across the country, meaning that not only Baltimore County is going after these teachers, but other systems across the country, California, Texas, New York, et cetera. So we have close to almost 300,000 decrease in the number of enrollees in these programs. Now, when you look at completers, I'm glad you asked that question. So we're talking about enrollees, right? So what about those who actually finish the programs, right? So that number, oops, I'll get ahead of myself. That number is even more bleak. We're looking at a decrease in those numbers as well, right? From 213,000 in 2012 to 160,000 in the 22-23 school year. Now, there's a little bit of hope here. When we look at that sort of increase in the number from the 151,000 to the 160,000, that's due to the number of alternative preparation programs that have been instituted across the country. Now, in the state of Maryland, we mimic that what we see across the country. We've gone from almost 8,000 in 2012 to just around 6,000 in 2022, 2023. So in terms of our numbers across the state, it mimics that what we see across the country. And therefore, of course, that has led us to also look at a number of different alternative pathways for teachers to enter into education. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Carla Simons to talk a little bit about the regulations, where we were, old regulations to where we are now. Carla.
Thank you. So this is a very high-level overview of the new educator licensure regulations, which is COMAR 13A.12. Effective April 1st, 2024, MSDE revised the regulations. Some specific highlights about the old versus new. Under the old regulation, MSDE issued certificates. It is now called historic certificates. So my apologies to anyone who may still hold this historic certificate. But the term certificate was changed to license because National Board Certification, they wanted to distinguish between the National Board Certification and licenses. Under the old regulation, educators were required to complete renewal credits, 6 college level credits or continuing professional development credits every 5 years. Now, educators are required to complete professional development points or PDPs. These points are hours of continuing education. These hours are tracked on a professional development plan. Under the old regulation, educators were required to complete literacy courses. Under the new, it is now science or reading. Teachers under the areas of early childhood, elementary, special ed, and ESOL must demonstrate proficiency in teaching reading. There are very specific ways which they can meet this requirement. Under the old regulation, educators were required to complete a master's or equivalency. Under the new regulation, educators have options. Every educator can determine his or her path with maintaining the licensure or advancing to the next level. So every educator in the state, in Baltimore County, their pathway looks a little different. So this is highlights the pathways an educator can receive initial licensure. So you have in-state programs ranging from the traditional program option through alternative programs, experience in a non-public school, and there's an in-district training option, which is new under the new regulations. We would spend a whole nother hour if I went into the details of each of those options. Additionally, we have professional technical teachers, our trade teachers, our cosmetologists, our construction teachers. There's an option for them in order to earn licensure as well. Per the in-state pathway, educators are required to complete content and performance-based assessments. Of course, as you know, we do recruit from out of state, and we do accept out-of-state teacher preparation programs as well as licenses. However, when you enter Maryland, that the educators must present performance-based assessments. Our occupational experience or our professional technical teachers, again, there's an option if they're coming from out of state. These, either in-state or out-state, they do not require tests. Last, national board certification. If you come to Maryland with a valid certificate and a bachelor's degree, you can earn a Maryland license. So as our educators complete coursework in their program, they can apply it towards their salary lane advancement. The coursework, the lane advancement must be requested through the Office of Educator Licensure. The coursework must be documented on electronic transcript or appropriate documentation to the Office of Educator Licensure, not to MSDE. As we review those transcripts, the growth chart is updated and the salary lane is updated appropriately. This entire process could take approximately 8 weeks.
Okay. When we look at data here in Baltimore County as compared to that across the state, we see we're transitioning now to conditional licensure. We've seen a decrease in about 6% in the number of conditional teachers across the state from 2023 to 2024. And what you see just to the left is a decrease here in Baltimore County from 2024 to 2025, and 2023 to 2024 to that of 24-25. We've seen a slight decrease of close to around 3%. So, of course, the percentage of conditional licensed teachers here across the state is mimic that here. What we have here is representative of that which we have in Baltimore County. Now I'll turn it back over to Carla to take us through some pathways here for conditional licensed teachers that we have here in BCPS.
Thank you. So earlier I outlined the options of in-state, out-state, and national board certification. However, we have some applicants who come to us who might be career changers, experts in a subject area. Your biologists, chemists, etc. Members of the community who fall under that expert area, paraeducators, or even long-term substitutes who've been in our schools and wish to the teaching profession here with Baltimore County. So the representatives in the Office of Educator Licensure reviews all the credentials and determines if they're eligible for professional licensure or if they qualify for a conditional license. If they are under the conditional licensure pathway, they would receive either a conditional special education license, which is valid for 3 years, or a conditional license, which is valid for 5 years, and that's for all other subject areas. These 2 licenses are not renewable. Once they receive it, it's one time. They have either 3 or 5 years in which to meet the requirements. Prior to the regulation change that I shared earlier, we had a pathway called transcript analysis, or some might have heard it called course by course. Some of our educators were working towards their licensure through this pathway, so MSDE has allowed them through March 31st, 2027 to complete this pathway. Anyone new to the district as of 2024 must select a teacher pathway, a teacher program. The pathways, as you saw, there's many options, and each educator will choose the pathway best for them. I often get teachers contact my office and say, well, my neighbor next door is in a program and we start at the same time, but my journey and Homer's journey is very different, or will be very different. We're selecting our own pathway. Again, Maryland's assessments are required for anyone on a conditional licensure, with the exception of our PTE teachers. You might be wondering, well, how do you get this information out to these teachers? Well, we've done this sharing information in various ways. We've held information sessions across the county in various schools. We've held one-on-one meetings, we still hold these one-on-one meetings with our educators to talk about their particular requirements in their pathway. We train our support teachers, meaning our staff development teachers and our consulting teachers. These are the teachers directly in the school, where if a conditionally licensed educator has a question, they're going right to them in the schoolhouse. Well, we're giving our staff development teachers and consulting teachers basic information in which to support the teachers in their school. Additionally, we have partnered with various colleges and universities to offer programs to support our teachers with completing their requirements. And of course, we offer tuition reimbursement. It's up to 12 credits per fiscal year. You'll see some pictures. The top one, we were at General John Stricker. That room was pretty packed. It was full of professionally licensed and conditionally licensed teachers, and we were able to get to all of them. You'll see me standing up there. Pleasantly surprised I got a standing ovation. It's weird for licensure, but we got a standing ovation. And the bottom picture, we held an information session for Moreland University. We have a partnership with them to offer a program for our elementary teachers to complete licensure requirements. Very important slide. MSDE requires that all educators use the Educator Application and Certification Hub. TEACH. You'll hear me call it TEACH. So quite a mouthful to say all of that title. The system is required for every educator across the system, not just BCPS teachers. As a teacher is hired with the county, they are required to respond within TEACH to some very specific questions regarding criminal history, any disciplinary actions that might have been taken outside of the state on their credentials, and respond to any terminations due to misconduct. Of course, we do our standard criminal background check here, but TEACH is connected to the National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education and Certification, NASDAQ. This is a clearinghouse that's connected to TEACH, so when educators complete the application and answer these questions, it flags us if there are any questionable activity. Outside of that, educators can log onto their dashboard at any time see the status of their certificate or license, track their application status right on their dashboard, upload documentation to support their renewal or their licensure. They can send transcripts directly to MSDE if they wish. They can update their personal information. The staff in the Office of Educator Licensure can see all of this information that's provided by the educator. Last, they can pay their $10 license fee right on the dashboard.
And before we say thank you, we want to at least acknowledge that, Carla, there was one piece that we were talking about earlier, that when she gave the example about General John Stricker, the sessions that she's held with her staff has actually been across the county. And it's not just located in specific zones, but it is, we do have conditional teachers across the county. So we go to them and make sure that they have the support services that they need. So with that, I'd like to say thank you.
And thank you both for that presentation. Questions, comments from board members? Ms. Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for this information. Comar 13A 120104C lists the licensures as you included in the presentation. I'm wondering if there is data on how, what the numbers look like for those who have conditional licensures that transition to a standard license because the conditional is non-renewable, and then listed within the types of licenses are temporary professional licenses and adjunct teacher licenses. And I wonder if there's data on what our staff look like in terms of those licenses, what those numbers might be.
We will actually, that's information we don't have at this present time, but we'd be glad to research that.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? I did have a question on, when you talked about the science, when you had the old and the new, and you talked about the science of reading proficiency, like what are some examples of how, are those courses or is there other examples of how you can gain that proficiency?
It's either an assessment that's approved by the State Department, so it's Praxis, or there's an assessment through Pearson. That's an option. If an educator wishes to take coursework, they can. There's a training called Letters that is an acceptable option. Also, through the AIM Institute, there's a course offered there. Anyone who may satisfy National Board certification, that automatically satisfies the requirement.
So when, like you said, letters training, is it incumbent on the teacher to be getting that on her own, or is that something that we provide? I know we've done letters training for lots of our staff, but if you have a somebody who wants to do it.
It could look a little bit of both ways. We have offered it, and there are educators out in BCPS who find the opportunities on their own.
Okay. So it's like a menu of things that they can.
That's correct. Okay. Again, that key term of options, not requiring, you know, a specific way,
right.
but
options.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions? Mr. McMillian?
I'm just curious about a career changer that gets the conditional license for the 3 years for special education or 5 years. So they have that time frame to get the coursework that they need to become duly certified, or not duly certified, but officially certified, correct?
Correct.
What kind of supports are we building in to help them in the classroom once they get there? So if they're a career changer, they make the decision they want to get in the classroom, and maybe they want to be a special education teacher. What are we doing for those people once they get in there? Now, so much of my background, it was, you know, I had an educational background in college. So when I started teaching, I used that background to help me get started. And a lot of it was on-the-job training, too. I admit that. But so how are we helping these people be successful in the classroom?
So
Mr. McMillian, I'll take that one. Thank
Yes,
you.
all right.
So a few years ago, we made a commitment to revamp how we were supporting new teachers. So part of that support looks like a staff development teacher that's in that building for job embedded coaching. For anyone who's a new educator, last summer was the first time that we moved to mandatory new educator orientation. If they are in a subject that is not special education, they receive 1 week before pre-service of training. Part of that training is content, part of that training is actual teaching. This summer, for the first time, we provided an extra level for special educators. During that time, our new educator orientation program is year-round in terms of the support that we provide. You have a consulting teacher that works with you one-on-one for your subject, and then you have the school administrators. That's part of why we trained everyone in Research for Better Teaching using the Skillful Leader. And then throughout the year, there are system-wide trainings as well as school-based training where we ensure when we talk about clarity, for example, or when we talk about high expectations, that all of us have the same meaning behind that. Everyone can speak to what are the specific classroom moves that you need to engage in on a regular basis so that you can provision for your students. How can you anticipate their points of confusion and misconception? Or for a new teacher in particular, classroom management, we provide those supports on classroom management. So those are the things that we're doing that are different, that have occurred over the last 2 years, in addition to changing the mentoring program that over COVID had moved to a lot of it on Schoology and technology based, that we moved it back based on the feedback from new teachers to face-to-face, real people coming into your classroom, someone that you can ask without evaluation to give you some feedback or to help you model something or talk through a lesson plan with you. So those are some of the things that we do in addition to the formal coursework that someone's going to have access to get certified.
Thank you.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes, so with some of the special education instruction, we have to deliver it with a certified special education teacher, correct? Some of that instructional time needs to come from a special education teacher.
So to be a teacher, you have to hold a license. These teachers are licensed. They hold a conditional or a professional license.
Right, but I'm talking about the special education teachers. There's certain teachers, there's certain instruction with our special education students that they need to receive from a special education teacher who is licensed, certified, right, correct? That they have to have a certain number of instructional hours, or?
I believe that's beyond the licensing piece. We do ensure that they are licensed, but the number of hours or any specific instructional time, I'm unable to provide you that information.
What I guess what I'm trying to say is with these the conditional certifications that a special education teacher has, they have for 3 years, and they have 3 years to complete the certification. Are they teaching special education students under this certified?
Yes.
Under this conditional certification?
Yes, they are.
And so technically, they could not complete it within that 3 years, or not, not finish it, and they've taught. Do we have any data on that, the effects that would have? I'm just concerned about, proper instruction, especially with our most vulnerable students. I think this is a great way to get more teachers certified, but I'm also concerned about what do we have, guardrails do we have put in that we're making sure that we're protecting our students and that they're getting the best instructors?
So if I could respond, our goal is to make sure that all of our students have a high-quality educator in front of them. I believe it was Mr. McCall who shared the slide sharing both what's happening nationally in terms of how many teachers or how many students are choosing to go into teachers. A much smaller number are actually graduating from the programs. When we look at the state of Maryland and the 24 districts, just last year there were 16% of teachers that were provisionally certified. Well, that's the old language. provisionally licensed. Compared to this year, there was a reduction, I believe, of 6%. In Baltimore County, we have fewer than 10% of our teachers who are conditionally licensed. The state of Maryland recognizes that conditional license. The conditional license for special education, there's a shorter time period in Maryland than any other subject, but it is an approved license for a teacher to be, an educator to be in the classroom. And so all of those supports that I provided in my response to Mr. McMillian still apply. There is still a responsibility for the assistant principal, principals, the central office staff members who come in to ensure that there's fidelity of implementation of coursework, special educators that come from central office to monitor what's happening in the classroom. But again, just want to share that everyone is licensed by the state of Maryland, and there is a much shorter pathway to become fully licensed for special education versus other subjects.
Other questions? Let me check Teams for a second. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And our next item on the agenda is a report on the operating budget, funding types, and object class groupings. And for that, I call on Mr. Tanliff. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Dr. Rogers, and board members. Tonight I have a short budget presentation that addresses a couple questions that come up every year during budget season. So we thought it would be apropos to present that today. The first thing I'm going to talk about is different expense funds. The one we talk about the most here usually is the general fund. It's the largest part of our budget. You can see it's the primary part of the pie chart, followed by the capital projects fund. And I think everyone here knows the budget per year goes up and down pretty significantly due to the county just issuing bonds for construction of schools every other year, but the actual spending is pretty steady by year. But this is a bond issuance year, so we have a pretty large capital projects budget in FY26. Special revenue refers to our grants. It's about $191 million, and I have a little page to follow up on that, a little more details on that. Enterprise fund just refers to our food service expenditures, and that is a self-sustaining fund. That's why it's called an enterprise fund. Debt service fund of $96 million reflects the bond issuance from the county that's dedicated to school construction. We don't participate in that issuance. We just are required by law to reflect that in our budget, but we really have no management of that other than to report it. And the last thing is our internal service fund, which is $7.8 million and reflects our workers' compensation fund claims. We pay our claims out of that. Page here on grants. So special revenue, as I mentioned, is almost $191 million. This has obviously come down significantly from the COVID years when we got all those ESSER dollars. Those are all gone now. We have none of those in the FY26 budget. Our largest grant, only by a teeny margin now in terms of dollars, is Title I. That, of course, supports achievement in high poverty schools. It's followed by the IDA Special Ed Pass-Through Grant. Most of our special ed funding comes from the general fund, but we do get a significant amount of money through the what we call the Pass-Through Grant, IDEA. And of course, the Concentration of Poverty Grant, which supports wraparound services in community schools, has been rapidly expanding, and we have 110 community schools in FY 2026. And that's state funded. Historically, almost all of our special revenue has come from the feds, but as COP's grown, it's become a more significant part of our special revenue program. The second part of my presentation is to speak about object classes, and this is really just in the budget book and a lot of the presentations you see. It's just how we group the different expenditures. So you'll see that throughout the budget book when you look at offices, if you look at the general fund, if you look at special fund throughout the budget book, you'll see object class groupings, and within the object class groupings, there's lots of details and lots of specific objects, dozens of them within each of these groupings, but that's too granular when we're, discussing at a high level, putting things together for things like the budget book. Salaries and wages, of course, is the predominant part of the pie here at $1.23 billion. The second category, which gets confusing sometimes, is called other charges. Other charges is where we hold all of our fringe benefits and a lot of related things like utilities and insurances. So that's $485 million, pretty significant. And I have a follow-up page that'll will kind of map out the salaries and benefits together. Contracted services, external vendor services, maintenance, security, special education support, valued at $171 million. And that, again, is not the value of the contracts that get approved here. That is the budgeted amount of dollars that are spent within the year. And, we always have that difference. What's the contractual authority versus how much is in the budget this year? A contract can go over 5 years, but when we are looking at the budget, we are only talking about how much money we have in the current year for that type of expenditure. Equipment or supplies and materials, $43.9 million, includes instructional materials, fuel, so a wide variety of things. Equipment refers to expenditures that are over $5,000. Things could be furniture, equipment, $17.8 million. And I'm going to go into a little more detail on each of these groupings throughout the presentation. And transfer payments talks about money that we pay to other Maryland entities. So salaries and wages, fairly self-explanatory, but when we talk about salaries and wages, besides what we pay people in their annual compensation, it also talks about things like subs, when we have directly employed subs, professional development, if someone goes on sabbatical, which is not a huge amount, overtime, stipends, it's any compensation that goes to our employees or contractual employees. Other charges, as I mentioned, is primarily fringe benefits. So that's $415 million of the $486 million. Utilities are pretty significant at $62 million, just what they sound like: electricity, sewage, et cetera. Insurance is about $11 million. And then we have a smaller amount of additional operational costs, licenses, dues, travel, et cetera. Dr. Rogers talks about the number a lot when we're referring to the budget. We're primarily a people organization. 81.3% of the FY26 budget is salaries and benefits. And, when you think about that, if you're trying to save money, if you're trying to do different things, most of those things impact people because it's such a huge percent of our budget. And this actually dropped a couple of percentage points over the last couple of years, primarily because of the number of FTEs that we've reduced in the budget. So it's become a smaller percent of the total budget. So that was about 83% 3 years ago. So when you add up the $415 million in benefits plus salaries, it's $1.65 billion. It's pretty darn significant, 81.3% of the FY26 budget. And I'll just mention in this section, we're only talking about the general fund, so we're not including food service, capital, et cetera. because it's just a good way to think about it. Contracted services, I think these will be pretty familiar to most of the group here. $44 million covers equipment repairs and maintenance. Building services support contracted buses. Security, printing, rent is pretty significant. There's a lot of technology. We have devices, software licenses. Special ed has a lot of dedicated technology to the children that they're supporting. And then we have some legal services, financial auditing, banking fees. They're fairly small in the big scheme of things. But you can see even in aggregate, $44 million is a very small percent. It's only about 2% of the total general fund budget, so it is not a big bucket. Supplies and materials, only a little over 2% of the budget. It's not that much. A lot of the things are obvious. Some may not be as much, but office supplies, instructional materials, textbooks, library books, paper, just bread and butter things that we need to keep the schools running. It's also maintenance and consumables, custodial supplies. It includes fuels, parts for our buses and White Fleet. And, it's really a lot of these things just ensure the schools are equipped to support all of our daily operations and instruction. Oops. Equipment, as I mentioned, is just expenditures over $5,000 fall into the equipment category. A very small percent of the budget, a little under $18 million. It's high-cost items. Some of the bigger ones are like relocatable classrooms, replacement buses and trucks, maintenance equipment that we use for repairs, lifts, that sort of thing, and a lot of the technology infrastructure. So not a device, but the infrastructure that supports the device, audio-visual equipment, wireless support, servers, et cetera, network switches. Transfers, it's a term you may not be as familiar with, but most of this money is for non-public placements. So these, again, are expenditures that we pay to other government entities in Maryland. So non-pub is the predominant part of this, 72 out of the $76 million. We also spend about $2.5 million for out-of-county living expenses. So those are children that are tied to the county but attending school out of the county. So they could be in a public school in Anne Arundel County, and we would pay tuition to Anne Arundel. And many of the counties in Maryland we pay at least some tuition to, and they pay tuition to us likewise. And also this would include about $1.3 million that we pay to CCBC for tuition for dual enrollment. And that wraps up what I wanted to share with you today. Be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. Questions? Mr. Young.
Good evening, thank you. So my question is, you mentioned like the enterprise fund is our cafeterias and it's supposed to be self-sustaining. That of course excludes the people, the equipment. That's mainly the food aspect of it.
They do pay for most of their own equipment also.
Okay, so currently we don't charge students.
Correct.
It's free.
Right.
So, and I thought most of that was grant related.
Most of our budget is supported by the federal government. A small percent of it is funded by the state, and there are some small sales we do of extra things now that are outside of the base meal. But we get reimbursed for every meal, even though they're free, depending on the percent poverty in that school. There's obviously a higher reimbursement depending on the higher percent of free and reduced children. If it's a student that's not qualified for free and reduced, the reimbursement is less. But we do receive reimbursement for every child in the system that is getting a meal for free.
Okay, I just wanted to, because you mentioned the special revenue fund is basically grants, so I was trying to really align that, if the enterprise.
Completely separate.
Okay.
Yeah. In this case, a grant, special revenue is just what you think of as a grant. Title I, special ed grants, all the COVID-related grants that we had at the time. Every source of revenue that supports food service is contained within the enterprise fund, whether we sell something, whether we get reimbursed from the feds, get reimbursed from the state. It all stays within the enterprise fund, and they can keep their excess balance to help pay for shortfalls in years where revenue isn't greater than expense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this very understandable explanation of some components of our budget. I appreciate the information. I just have a question on the out-of-county living expenses on slide 11. These are funds that we pay for county students that may be attending school outside of Baltimore County. Is there an offset for students from other counties that are attending school in Baltimore County?
There are. So we get reimbursed the same way that we pay for our students. So if a student that's domiciled in Baltimore City is attending school in Baltimore County, it might be because they're in a foster situation. It might be because they're living with relatives, but they're considered a resident of Baltimore City. Then we would bill Baltimore City for that child's education.
And do we have a number associated with the out-of-county living expenses that are reimbursed to BCPS?
I could get it for you really quick. Off the top of my head, I'm going to say it's about $1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My question was kind of the same thing. I'm just trying to figure out why we would be paying students, BCPS students, to be going to other LEAs. I mean, is it for
It wouldn't be
homeless?
because we choose to. It's just because of their legal and family situation that they're considered a Baltimore County resident, but they're displaced for that year, so they're living with relatives in Anne Arundel, but they're still considered by the state to be a Baltimore County resident.
Who makes that determination that we need to do that?
The state does, but I don't know off the top of my head the exact mechanism for that.
But that's not the special ed non-public, and that's not homeless. It's a whole different category.
What was the first one you said?
The non-public placements for our special education students, that's a different category. This is-
Non-public separate, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank
I mean,
you.
separate billing.
Dr.
And the
Sa-
state
oh.
does facilitate all those billings, so they're the ones, I guess, determining who's eligible.
Okay. Dr. Savoy?
Specific question about the Department of Juvenile Services. So if these children are incarcerated, we're still responsible for them?
We do get invoiced for Baltimore County kids that are incarcerated, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes, thank you. I'm glad they went over the other charges. I know I asked a lot of questions about that. But being that it's the second largest piece of our pie, and it includes our employee payrolls benefits, have we ever shopped that portion of our budget outside, or have we always aligned with what Baltimore County government is doing?
Well, we get our medical benefits in conjunction with Baltimore County, and they do RFPs periodically, just like we do for any contracts. But by joining forces with them, they're getting more buying power. There's more people, but we are self-funded for medical benefit, but we use obviously outside providers to facilitate all those benefits. The card you have in your wallet, well, you know, the cards we have in our wallet, you may not because you're not a full-time employee, but.
Right. But we've never really looked into getting our own broker, doing it ourselves. We just count on whatever Baltimore County government does as far as medical and whatever deals they broker. We've never weighed our options to see if we would do better on our own, being that it's just such a large portion of our budget.
Not that I'm familiar with, but again, they're sophisticated in terms of purchasing, and they're getting more purchasing power by having us in the pool with them. So they've just always been the lead in terms of medical.
But we wouldn't really know that we couldn't do better because we've never done it. So I'm not saying that you're right or wrong. I'm just saying we don't know because we've never actually done it ourselves.
I can't answer.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Young?
So when you talk about the out-of-county living expenses, you said we, of course, pay other counties and they will pay us. Is it the same set amount, or is it based upon, because I know each LEA has different amount of per pupil spending?
The amount per child is a little different for each entity, and the state has a formula that determines what that reimbursement rate is per student.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. McMillian?
Mr. Tatliff, when you mentioned purchasing power by going together with the county, like we have 20,000 plus employees, including teachers, correct?
Well, that includes temporary employees. Our full-time employees are probably more in about 16,000.
Okay. And any idea what the county, when we combine with the county, how many employees they have?
They have less than us. I don't know the total number. I believe it's under 10,000.
I was thinking we were a larger employer.
We are. I don't know the exact number they have, though.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Let me just double check teams. Dr. Rogers, did you have something you wanted to add?
The only note that I will add is there's a lot of historical context to Baltimore and County government serving as the lead for medical insurance providers. It's something that we can ask a team to give us that historical context and to what point, we have an obligation to move forward in that way.
Thank you very much for that
Thank you.
information.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is information, which includes the Q1 audit report. And then we will do board committee updates and agenda settings. So we'll start with board committee updates. Ms. Harvey with the audit committee. Okay, Mr. Young with building and contracts.
The next Building and Contracts Committee is Monday, November 3rd at 5 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stolowski, curriculum committee.
Yes, please join us for our curriculum meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, October 22nd at 4 o'clock. Topics of discussion will be an online digital content library for K through 12, and we will be receiving a multilingual curriculum update. And for those of you that want to join us for a science update, that is being planned for our Wednesday, November 19th meeting. Please join us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure. I know Ms. Frempong isn't on any longer. We'll move. Mr. Young, go ahead.
The next Equity Committee meeting will be Thursday, November 13th at 4 p.m. The next Equity Committee meeting with the Equity Council will be Thursday, November 20th at 5:30 p.m.
Thank you for that. For Legislative and Governmental Relations Committee, that is me. Our first meeting is on November 5th at 4:30, and we are actually planning that meeting tomorrow. And then the last committee is not last yet, Policy Review Committee. Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes, thank you. At our October 13th meeting, we discussed policy 1600, which is public charter schools, policy 4102, and policy 8320, operations, final action, and policy 1260, which is about school volunteers. For the first three policies, we had very minor amendments that were added to be brought forward to the full board and were added with consensus of the committee. For policy 1260, I just wanted to mention for that one that we did have a robust discussion regarding an amendment that was made, but the amendment did not pass. But I did want board members to be aware that we had a very robust discussion about that in case you wanted to go back and view the meeting. Our next meeting is scheduled for November 10th at 4:30. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Audit Committee, Ms. Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next audit committee meeting is November 11th at 4:30 p.m. virtually. We invite the public to attend. I would also remind the public that the reports based on the Office of Internal Audits is available online at the BCPS website, and would encourage you to please review them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And then if anyone has any agenda items, you can raise your hand to let me know, or you can email them to me. Okay. Oops, let me just check Teams. Okay, not seeing anybody there. Okay, the last item on the agenda is announcements. The board's next meeting will be held on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Thank you for joining us tonight, and the meeting is now adjourned.